Awesome. Okay, my faults. Nice. Woohoo! Holy shit, that's great. Eat a dick.
Just don't do drugs. That's never worked. Logic.
Don't do drugs. Just say no. Which one's that? Actually, I can do that. Fuck.
We just hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube. And to say thank you, we're releasing this series in its entirety on YouTube so that you, your family, and friends, and those that you love can continue to get in-depth credentialed mental health education. Thanks for your support. And remember, whatever you're going through, you got this. Dr. Ramani, thanks for being back on MedCircle. When we talk about a life-altering medical illness, we're not talking about the flu. What are we talking about?
And with all due respect, the flu can sometimes make people so severely ill that really contribute to mortality or other long-term illnesses. But when we're talking about life-altering illnesses, we're typically talking about chronic illnesses or illnesses that will have a significant impact on quality of life and physical health. And these can range from cancer to muscular dystrophy to dementia to a whole host of autoimmune conditions like lupus. But these are illnesses that once you have this diagnosis, this is going to put into motion the need for the person who's been diagnosed with the illness to get very involved with medical treatment. And often there can be intensive acute medical treatment that follows, and then months or even years of follow-up treatment. So not only does the person's course of their life can often change from months or years in the face of that diagnosis, so too can the lives of the people around them. So it really is, it's life-altering. And these medical illnesses don't necessarily mean someone's going to die, though many people who get these diagnoses find themselves immediately thinking about their own mortality, because in many cases, having one of these illnesses can shorten lifespan. For example, we know many people who have been diagnosed with cancer successfully go through a course of treatment, are in remission, and are living very, very full lives. But at the time of the acute crisis, it is life-altering. And for the rest of a person's life, they will say, this is something I have to monitor, a recurrence, or I'll always think back to that time.
So when we talk about these physical conditions, why do we then need to talk about mental health?
Mental health and these physical conditions are inextricably linked for many reasons. Number one, When a person gets a diagnosis of a significant chronic physical illness, there's often a period of grief and adjustment. Mm-hmm. A person may recognize, my life is about to change. They may need to leave work. They may need to go on disability. They're definitely going to have to change the way they spend their time. Some people may immediately need to get a surgical treatment or some kind of intensive medical treatment like chemotherapy or radiation or some other surgical treatments. This might be a financial stressor. Everything may not be covered, so people might be experiencing significant stress reactions and anxiety. But we also have to remember, people who may already have mental health issues, who may have a history of depression, a history of anxiety, or any number of other longstanding mental health issues, for example, even a personality disorder, the stress of a major medical diagnosis can exacerbate their existing mental health symptoms, or can be enough of a stressor that it might even foster the onset of significant psychiatric symptoms. So either it's long-standing mental health conditions, or it can really get those symptoms going. A person, for example, having paralytic anxiety, they can't sleep, they can't stop thinking about this diagnosis and being fearful of it. Then we have to look at the next step of this, which is mental health symptoms can interfere with how someone engages in their own medical treatment. So, for example, there's a very robust literature showing that having mental health symptoms, depression, anxiety, a history of past or ongoing, particularly ongoing substance use, but anything that impacts mental health can negatively affect adherence to pills you're being given to take at home, physical therapy, showing up at doctor's appointments, anything that requires follow through on the patient's behalf as they go on. And also having mental health issues can negatively impact social support networks. It's quite possible, and we know this, that people living with mental illness often have smaller and less robust social support networks, which again is going to give that person less support at exactly the time they need it as they're trying to traverse the really complicated space of managing a medical illness. So this is almost like it's the impact of mental health and mental illness is coming at this from all sides. Before a person's diagnosed, coping with the initial shock of being diagnosed with an illness, adjusting to the acute treatment, to the long-term treatment, and then we also know that mental health issues, mental illness can negatively impact lifestyle choices. We know that people living with mental illness often don't have as good sleep schedules. They often have poor nutrition, poor stress, coping with stress. All of those things can exacerbate the kinds of lifestyle behavior changes we need to see in someone. That I should say, all of these things can limit how well a person engages in the lifestyle changes they need to engage in the long-term follow-up after being diagnosed with a life-threatening illness. So as you can see, this is every step of the way. Yeah. And so in the best possible model, we would have what we call integrated primary care, where a person's mental health and medical health is constantly coming together, that there's a team, not just of medical professionals and specialists, but also mental health professionals who are well-versed in the course of this particular illness so they can work with both the patient and the patient's family.
Yes. And speaking of the patient's family, I think that is an area that is not discussed enough. Mm-hmm. The mental health impacts of having a mother or the matriarch or patriarch of the family getting this diagnosis. What impacts have you seen in your private practice from the family members who are having to struggle through that?
The impact on family members is so challenging, because you got to remember, every member of a family is often affected. If it's a parent, their children, whether they're adult children or still minor children, a spouse, extended family who might be living far away and feel very helpless because they can't be there with them. But supporters go beyond just the family. Very close friends, extended family, coworkers and colleagues who often see you more often than your friends and family do because they're with you all day. True. So the network of people who are impacted when somebody receives a sort of a life-altering medical diagnosis, it can result in significant anxiety and negative mood symptoms in people who are loved ones or friends or colleagues of the person who is ill. It can result in rumination, guilt, because they feel like, why did it happen to them? I wish it had happened to me instead, especially when it's a child or even an adult child who gets diagnosed and not the parent. There is a sense of helplessness and hopelessness, that you can't take away the fear, that you can't take away the discomfort, and you can't take away the diagnosis. So there's a lot of reactions, and they differentially affect people. Not everyone in the same family is going to be affected the same way. Some people are in a state of denial, some people will be in a state of agitation, but by and large, the prevailing theme I hear from people is how helpless they feel about not knowing what to do or how to be there for someone when they're going through an illness. And down the line, Kyle, because that's in the acute phase, but months or years down the road, sometimes the people around them will start reporting burnout and caregiver burden, because it's quite possible that other people in the family system are now having to hold more of the burden of things that need to be done around the house and other duties, as well as having to take care of the person who's ill. And then the sense of guilt that, well, I shouldn't feel bad, they're sick, but the people doing the caregiving are burning out too, which is its own phenomenon. So this is, again, very complicated, and a lot of it has to do about where we're catching someone and sort of the span of this particular long-term medical illness.
Mental health impacts all of us, and those with a life-changing diagnosis like cancer are no exception. MedCircle is teaming up with F Cancer for this Giving Tuesday
cancer.
to I was 13. My mother was diagnosed with cancer, and she battled it for 3 years, and then she died. And it was certainly the most impactful thing that happened to me as a child, and it changed our entire family dynamic. Oh my gosh! All of a sudden, my best friend is gone, and I'm here with my dad and my brother, going, "Who are you guys again?" Because I was always just with my brother. So I'm really interested to hear in later sessions how parents can correctly communicate this to their children without lying to them.
Yes.
But still getting the message across in a nice way.
Yes.
What I want to know right now, though, is how can taking care of one's mental health improve possibly the outcome of their prognosis?
So and here's where it becomes an interesting conversation, that in my ideal universe, people would be taking care of their mental health with the same vigor they take care of their physical health. Yeah. That there would be annual mental health physicals, that you would get checkups, that you would get assessed for anxiety, depression, maladaptive health behaviors, all of that, so we can kind of do a calibration every year. That's not, unfortunately, how the world works. So long-term, lifelong mental health care, stress management, adhering to healthy behaviors, maintaining healthy social networks, having meaningful and purposeful activities, that's always going to keep a lot of gas in your psychological tank, so that when you are hit with a life-altering crisis, like a medical crisis, you may be more likely to be more resilient in the face of it. But again, like I said, that's not always how the world works. So when a person is faced down with such a diagnosis and is feeling like, I don't know what to do, it's not just one approach. In order to really shore up your mental health in the face of this means several things. I cannot think of a better time for people to be in therapy, and ideally with a therapist who's trained to work with individuals who are managing medical health issues. There's a whole discipline of health psychology that actually we've talked about on MedCircle. And in this discipline are people who are trained, actually that was my training. I was trained in clinical health psychology originally, to work with individuals who are also managing what we call comorbid, or co-occurring is a better term, co-occurring medical and physical health issues, to help, to sort of, they're trained to understand the pitfalls, but also the grief and the stress and all the things that go along with it. But being in therapy is critical, because many times people, when they get a diagnosis like this, they're terrified for themselves. They don't want to make their families worry. They don't want to share their fears with their family members, but they want a place to talk about them. And guess what? a person is not defined by their physical illness.
That's right.
They still have other stuff going on in their lives.
Right.
You know what? They may have had marital problems going into this diagnosis. They may not want to talk to their spouse. They may need that other space. So I think that's one place, is that therapy becomes important. Number two is to work with your healthcare provider, if this is something that works with you, on finding support groups. Some people find tremendous solace in knowing there's someone else going through this. Other people don't feel like they want to talk to strangers. That's a personal decision. Many people do find it useful. And those can either be in person or virtual. People sometimes find online groups, even on social media platforms, of people who've come together, shared, and sort of sharing their experience with whatever the health issue is. Number three is to maintain as much purposeful, meaningful, and enjoyable activity in your life as possible. That could mean, for some people, continuing to work, even if it's on a part-time basis. For some people, that means not working because their job isn't gratifying or it's too stressful. Whatever level of exercise you're permitted to engage in, given your medical condition, other activities that give you pleasure, being with friends, doing a hobby, but maintaining that piece of your life because it connects you to the things and the activities and the people, perhaps, that give you joy. And then practicing other health behaviors, sleeping as much as you can under these conditions, good nutrition, activity, like all of the things that keep us healthy, and no matter whether we're ill or not, it's very important at this point in someone's life, that all of that needs to be happening, and it really should be something that happens right away.
Dr. Roni, I think a lot of people think that there is a correct way to respond to getting that initial diagnosis. Is there a correct way?
There's absolutely not a correct way. I mean, people have reactions ranging from grief to anger to denial to sadness, and in some cases, even relief.
Explain the relief part.
That a person may have been having all kinds of symptoms and couldn't make sense of them,
Right.
and their quality of life was diminishing and they couldn't figure it out. And a diagnosis at least gives them a plan.
Yes.
It may still be unsettling, but like, okay, now at least I know there's a treatment we're going to follow, because until then, they might have felt like, I don't even understand what's happening. The fact is, relief is probably not going to be a common reaction to getting a severe medical diagnosis. By and large, the reactions tend to be fear, terror, denial, hopelessness, helplessness, confusion. They tend to be anger. They tend to be negative emotional states. That's the norm. And for the person experiencing them, there's no wrong reaction. And there are certain historic factors that can make the reaction even more complicated. For example, a person with a history of trauma may receive this kind of traumatic news even harder. So people with longstanding histories of mental illness, mental health issues, it may be harder to receive this news as well. So there are certain underlying factors that can also impact how somebody receives news of an illness. But again, there is no right answer. Any way a person responds is the right answer.
In the age of social media, there seems to be a popular way of going about fighting a big disease like cancer by posting it on Instagram and being very transparent with your treatment, which can oftentimes pressure other people struggling with cancer to do the same thing, but they don't have to do that.
No, I think that we live in an interesting time, right? In the macro, Kyle, I actually think it's so important that everyone know that however they want to talk about whatever they're going through, illness or otherwise, be open and received in a non-judgmental space. So I'm actually very happy when I hear people say, I have an illness and I want the world to know about it. It helps me feel better.
Yeah.
In the same breath, though, some people, that's just not their natural way. They're terrified. They don't want to share it with the world. And they often feel diagnosis shamed or share shamed. Like they feel like they have to share and they're not supposed, they feel like they have to share and they don't want to, or they're too scared to, or they don't feel like a hero. They just want this all to go away. You know, I have one friend in particular, I remember watching her go through her journey with breast cancer, and she really, really was burning out under people saying, come on, I'm your cancer cheerleader and you can do this. And she said, I don't want to be a cancer cheerleader. I want to get better. I'm terrified. I don't want to talk about this with people I don't know. And the only thing I could do as her friend is give her permission and say, you don't have to talk to anybody if you don't want. This is your body, your story, your journey, your experience. And so I do think in sort of the sharing world we live in, maybe merits for some, it's not for everyone. And that for people who are going through this and want this to be a very private experience, they may not want to share it with anyone but their physician. Right. And that's their prerogative.
When somebody's sitting in that physician's office and they get that information or they get that phone call, they obviously can have a range of emotions. Yeah. From a mental health standpoint, what would you suggest they do in that moment?
You know, in that moment, one thing I would suggest, and this is something, it's actually interesting. This came of a lecture I was at last week. And this woman worked in the area of crisis. She focused on people who are in periods of crisis. And she said that one of the most important things you can ask people at a time of crisis, especially to someone who's like a physician or first responder, what question am I not asking right now?
Great.
She's a genius. I have to look up her name so maybe we can put her name up in Med Circle, because it was such a wise thing. Because what am I not asking? So if people would have the wherewithal to do that, once upon a time, Kyle, back when I was in training, it was the late 90s. It was mid to late 90s. And I was training at UCLA in a breast cancer treatment program as part of my health psychology training. And one of the things that they did there, and this, to tell you, was the 90s. It was a long time ago. This was a place where women were coming to get a second opinion about how to proceed with breast cancer treatment. It was a very uniquely designed clinic, but the piece I want to talk about here is they gave every woman a tape recorder and a stack of cassette tapes because it was before digital recorders. They made the women record every specialist they talked to that day. And I think that in a case when someone's getting this diagnosis, ideally they're with someone else, that they might even ask their physician, can I record this conversation? Because you're about to tell me things I might forget. Ask them, is there something I haven't asked you yet? But actually get in there and hopefully there's someone else in the room with you. I also think, though, that this might be a multi-step conversation. When you first get the diagnosis, you might be so overwhelmed that you need a second, third, or even fourth conversation about this. Right. Some people might find it useful to be done in writing. I know where I get my healthcare, there's a portal through which we can email healthcare providers. It may be, I need to see this in writing. Some people might find that useful. Some people may get information on the phone and say, I need to come in person. You've got to figure out the way. And you want to get the information? Do you need to record it? Do you need to get it in writing? Do you need to write questions out ahead of time? Would you do better if you were with someone else? I would say more often than not, people would do better if someone else was there because it's a second pair of ears hearing and asking questions. Yeah. But give it a beat. Yes. For it to settle in, and that you're probably not going to get all of the information you want in one fell swoop, and keep composing questions that you need answered. Yeah. I spoke to somebody who had gone through cancer before this shoot, and she said when she got the diagnosis, she felt like she was in a state of emergency. And obviously that makes sense. But she said, I didn't even know what the doctor was telling me. Yeah. I didn't know what the disease was. I didn't know how it was going to look. I didn't know what the treatment plans were. I knew nothing, but I was in this state of emergency. So she said her advice to other women, in her case it was breast cancer, she said her advice to other women is that, yes, it's urgent, but right now in that moment, it may not be an emergency. And her advice was the first step was to just learn what you can. Because most of us go in to a doctor because we are not the doctor and we don't know anything about this thing. Yeah. And I think that, though, you said, the woman you were talking to said she was in a state of emergency. What does happen to us when we get this kind of information? Our sympathetic nervous system is on, and that is the worst place to be processing information from. Right. We almost go into a state of mini paralysis, right? We're not taking in information well. So that's why I'm saying you almost need to wait a beat and go back in as some of it sinks in, because once that fight, flight, or freeze reaction happens, we're immediately like, what do I need to do? Where do I need to go? What do I need to prepare? Or I blah, blah, blah. I can't hear anything you're saying to me. That we really need to give people a minute to process. You're not going to get it all in that first phone call.
Yeah. We know everyone responds differently, but for the supporters listening to this, what could some of the feelings that their loved one is feeling when they get this diagnosis?
So when your loved one is getting this diagnosis, the person who's actually experiencing the illness, they're going to experience everything from grief to rage to sadness to confusion to despair to denial and to, like I said, to relief.
Mm-hmm.
There can be any number of reactions. Your family member might even be a matter of fact. They may turn to you and say, that was the doctor. Turns out I do have ALS. Turns out I do have muscular dystrophy. And you're sobbing, and this person almost looks, the person who actually has the illness may look numb. A person can have any number of reactions. There is no right reaction. And what's really important is, as the supporter and loved one, you may feel like you want to talk about it, you want to process it. They're the ones leading the dance at this point.
Yeah.
If they say, I need to go take a little bit of time by myself, then you say, that is fine. I am right here on the other side of this door. But you don't say, no, 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 no. How dare you pull away from me? We're in this together.
Yeah.
Don't make this about you. This is about them.
Now, that denial word stuck out to me because for me, I'm imagining my loved one who's in denial, and I'm saying, look, this is serious. We have to take this seriously, and you're acting like it's the common cold. How do I have that conversation, or do I?
It depends on how long the denial lasts for. If you're in the initial minutes and hours after somebody being informed of a diagnosis, denial would be, it's almost like, again, it's that first stage of grief. What starts getting tricky is if now the clock is ticking, a day or 2, 3, or 4 has passed by, the healthcare provider has indicated very clearly, you need to come in tomorrow, and they're not following through on the appointment. That's where you're going to probably have to muscle up, double down, and get the healthcare provider involved. That you may not be able to do this alone. You're not going to get here through brute force by screaming at them and by yelling at them. You may do well by giving them a forum to talk about this, and instead of saying, becoming hysterical and say, we got to get it and deal with this, to say, what are you feeling right now? Do you feel comfortable sharing that? And say, I hear you. This is terrifying. And they'll say, I'm not terrified. I just can't be bothered right now. And then so you say, okay, whatever it is, your healthcare provider saying, come in for another appointment. Can we just go in for the other appointment? But you may have to literally bring in the healthcare provider to also lead the conversations. And there are some people in denial who will wait and wait and wait. And it can get to be really, really concerning and frightening, because the fact is, unless they're incapacitated, there's really not much you can do in terms of forcing them into care. So instead of trying to beat them over the head with it, you really want to say, I hear you. You're not too worried right now. That's great. However, they're strongly suggesting we take the appointment today. Can we just go and hear what they have to say?
For those people out there who go into grief when they get this diagnosis, what are your tips and advice for them?
You're going to go into grief. It's not even like for those who. All will. So everyone will go into some period of grief. It's because grief is adjustment. Right? Grief is adjustment to loss.
Wow, yes.
It's not, grief is not a process to be pathologized. It's actually the human psyche doing what it does when there's loss. And when a person gets a diagnosis, that is a loss. It's a loss potentially of quality of life, of certain physical functionality. Certainly it could even be the loss of time. You may have a foreshortened future. All of that said, we know the classical stages of grief, of denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. They don't always go linearly. A person can go from denial to bargaining to acceptance, back to depression. I mean, they can cycle through, but you will go through stages. And some people initially will have that numb denial, and then they'll be like, I can't believe this is happening. This is so unjust. This is so unfair. They'll start seeing different doctors. Sometimes people go a second, third, fourth, 10th opinion. That can be part of the bargaining as well. Getting second opinions is important, but there's a point at which Sometimes a person is now, there actually might be prolonging some situations, but they're going to go through those stages. Being supported during those stages, though, is really, really important for a person to be able to talk to someone who's trained in this, to walk them through those stages of grief, and for the person to not feel like there's something wrong with them because they're going through grief. We so reserve the word grief for loss secondary to death.
Right.
That's just one form of grief.
And don't you feel like we rush people through grief?
Absolutely.
Like, oh, it's going to be okay. We're in this together. It's like, let them have a moment. Goodness.
The more you try to rush grief, the longer you're protracting the process. Grief is personal, and it is not going to go according to anyone's schedule. The more we give grief space to sort of run its way through, the more likely we are to have a better outcome for the person who's experiencing it. Because sometimes when people are going through grief, they feel guilty. I'm taking too long. Oh, I got to stop this. I got to stop all this crying.
Right.
No, you don't.
You
No, you don't.
You don't.
You sit here. I've had clients come in who are grieving over a diagnosis and say, you are welcome to sit here for an hour. I got nothing but Kleenex in that cabinet, okay? We will sit here and you will cry. And in between those tears, you want to talk, you talk.
Yeah.
And we can do this for weeks. And then at some point, given the permission, I've had many clients say they cry for a while and then say, okay, I'm good. Like emotion works its way through us. We really, these emotional systems.
I put it at the front door. It should be at the front door because I moved it from here. Because I did all the doors. Your cat's an asshole, by the way. No, it's not even about the... No, not that cat. The other one. My cat. It was snowing. And I was like, fine, you want to go outside? Go outside. So I let her outside. For the last time. No, she ran away. She's gone forever. No, I'm kidding. No, she was pretending like she didn't mind it. And I was like, yeah, how's that going? And she's just kind of like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. I can stay out here. I was like, can you just please come inside? And she wasn't coming inside. I went out to get her, and she, like, weaseled under the fucking thing. And, like, just, like, fox tunneled a little hole under the chair.
Oh, I didn't bring the cigarettes.
And I couldn't get her up. I taught Putty Cat. I did taught Putty Cat.
You get it all by yourself?
Look at you.
I didn't even help you.
Look at you, Jigaboo.
All the bones in the
Is
world.
that a racist word?
What?
Jigaboo?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. My bad. What? Why don't I not think that's a racist word? I have to ask my mom something.
Aiden.
What?
Probably Aiden.
Definitely not Aiden.
He says it all the time.
I thought it was Joe Dirt or something.
No, there's also a song from who is it? Johnny Rebel. It's just got like a bunch of stupid songs like that. Like Jigaboo, where are you? Like I'm like, holy fuck, like they still have this like
I don't get it. I put pink in my hair and now all the blue's gone. I put blue in my hair and then it covers up all the pink. It goes purple, but like the purple is there for like 2 seconds and then it goes gray. Cam, what are you doing? WD-40ing what? Oh. That works for this. Make sure it's not where the animals go, eh?
It's all over my hand, but
I think it was Ian actually that was telling me, like, watch out with walking Jack over by the garage. Because they've been putting down, like, rat poison.
oh really?
Yeah. Because of the overabundance of, like, rats that are in a neighborhood again. It's fucking nuts. You gotta fix the spider problem, Cam. I'm not doing it. Uh-oh. Someone's pissed off. Oh, you got cranky face, a la Max, eh? Right, messaging Mom. Oh, fuck off, Brett.
Why did everyone decide to move right there?
Why? Oh.
There you go.
Why? I don't want to contribute. Whatever. Well. I love. Okay, this has like been on my recommended whatever or top news. I love that it's actually under the top news category. Environment Canada anticipating snow. That is the top news. That Canada is anticipating snow. Gasp! Like
It's already been snowing in like Alberta and like
BC and shit. Like, but really, that's the top news of the week. Like, it's just so stupid. Oh, it's really funny though.
Like we should give white people Montreal, Quebec City, and Ontario, and then we'll get the rest.
Yeah, that's good actually. Is this like the fucking Bill C fucking whatever 21?
These people are demanding that the governor step in and kill the bill. The petition of over 125,000 people has been delivered to the governor. It is in her hands now. Argument here in Melbourne, Australia, where once again tens of thousands are marching the streets, this time after the controversial bill has passed, in their final effort to call on the governor to kill the bill.
It's not needed, it's not warranted, it has too much segregation and divisiveness in it. There is far too much control to people that should not have control. It's dangerous, and it is not a path that Victorians want to go down. Listen to what the Victorian people are telling you, Governor, and do not put your rubber seal on this bill.
We have delivered our petition with over 125,000 signatures demanding that the governor does not stamp the bill.
She should question the constitutionality of this. I think she should hand it back. This is the governor's responsibility. The governor's not just a rubber stamp in this country. The governors are meant to make sure that those laws that the governors are signing fully apply with the Constitution and fully apply with all other laws of the state.
Oh my god, he looks like he's gonna blow up. He's just like so red.
No, I think this is for Australia. The cop, like, we think fucking Montreal cops are bad. Holy shit. Like, the Australian cops, they're like full on, like, tear gassing and like fucking, what are the rubber pellets? The little rubber bullets, whatever. They're fucking like shooting those at them. I'm like, whoa, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, this is super excessive. Like,
I mean, they are all prisoners, right?
that's what I thought too. I was just like, I'm surprised. Really, I am.
One of my childhood friends lived there. Evan. You remember her? I think you must. She went to Billings.
Don't know.
Not Evan Stacy.
No idea.
Yeah, one of my childhood friends. She lives there. She got a kid with like a husband over there. No, now I think she's like single, but she's yeah. in Australia. I'm like, holy fuck.
I have an Australian friend. Pretty sure she's a lesbian though.
I think. Yeah.
Pretty sure she's also does heroin or some shit.
Parker and Evan's mom, and well, yeah, I guess it is Parker's mom too. It's just the dad isn't.
I got a job offer, by the way.
Huh?
I got a job offer.
Where?
At a kitchen in Costa Rica.
A kitchen in Costa Rica?
Yeah, like legit though.
Really?
We can move to Costa Rica and I can work at the kitchen with my old staff. Apparently that's where my old kitchen staff went. Because I asked on Facebook if anyone is throwing out Christmas decorations. Because like I drove past them last week in Chattagee. And there was like 2 people in Chattagee, like around the block from my parents, that were throwing out Christmas trees. And I was like, fuck, I should grab like at least one of them. Because later I realized I can actually unravel them and I use them as garland. Because I had left garland somewhere else that I paid for from that fucking White Crow place. It was like $25 for like, I think it must have been like 3 meters or something of garland with lights attached to it. And I was like, I could totally just unravel a tree. I'll do that. Garland. But yeah, no, fucking, I'm hungry. Fucking Audie, my old head chef. Like fucking my stash for high school I did with him, and then he hired me back for like the next year.
Mm-hmm.
But he eventually quit. And I'm actually surprised he fucking remembered me. He was like, "Hey Madison, do you have a license? Like, or a car? Because I have some shit that I'm throwing out. Because I'm only here temporarily." And I guess he's probably going to go back to Costa Rica after the holidays.
Who is this?
His name is Audie. He's like a black dude who like he's very quiet and he's very like, he's not like black. Like he's very refined. He likes upper class shit. But I just thought it was cool because he took a liking to me. Because usually he doesn't like younger folk. But he was playing his music and I knew one of the songs that he played and he was like, "How do you know this song?" I was just like, I know music, I guess. I just know music. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, and so then he took a liking to me, and he was the one that I gave my fucking pirate hat for like an entire week. And we fucking, for the rest of the week, he was my captain.
Oh, okay.
But he had a daughter, he was a single father. And he used to fucking in between. Well, oh my god, their food is so fucking. My fucking Indian boss, Shiva, his fucking pasta was so fucking good, but I've never fucking shit so much fiery, shitty.
Yeah, probably everything's spicy.
Oh no! This is a whole other level of spicy.
Oh,
like
I know.
It was fucking like you felt it all the way like as you're digesting. It was fucking crazy, but it was so good.
Pain the entire time.
And he'd always make me. He'd be like, "You eat." I'm like, "No, Shiva, I can't fucking eat." He's like, "No, you're gonna eat. I'm gonna make you something. It's not like you're gonna let it go to waste, though, because that would be insulting." I was like, "Fuck." Okay, but they were actually like a really good staff. Audie taught me a lot. He was the one who was just like, "Madison, you ask too many questions." I'm like, "Wouldn't you rather I ask you more questions than not ask if I'm not sure?" He's like, "Yeah, but you ask me something and then you list off how to do it. Like, you already know. Why are you asking?" It's just like, because I want to make sure I do it right. He's like, "Okay, each salad," because he promoted me to salad chef. He was like, "I'm going to tell you each one 3 times. And after that, I'm not telling you anymore. Because like you keep being like, well, how do you do this salad again?" And then you list off this, and this, right? And he's just like, stop asking. If you know, you know. Like, and if you're not sure, well, improvise. It's a fucking salad. It's not heart surgery. Yeah, no, he made me a really good fucking prep cook. And he used to freak out. He was like, I would never fucking let you in my kitchen because I cut and I don't fold my fingers. And then he was like, "You can't do that in my kitchen. Like, you have to cut properly." And I was like, I feel more comfortable because I have bony knuckles and like very thin fingers. So, yeah, I just find it's better to use my fingertips. And he used to be like, "I can't watch you do this." But yeah, no, he used to fucking be doing his homework with his daughter, Bella. I remember her name because I was like, Bella. It was when Twilight came out. I was like, Bella Swan? He was like, absolutely not. Absolutely not like Twilight. Like, oh, okay. But he used to be doing homework with her. And then, like, he'd be like, super strict with her. And I was like, why do you do that? Like, she's such a good kid. Like, and she's always, like, doing her homework as soon as she gets here. And she's just very responsible. And he's like, because I'm a single father. And if I let her get away, it's going to take one time for her to think that she can fuck around. And it's not like how white privileged kids are. She's a black young girl in, like, a big city. So if I let her start thinking that she could just do whatever she wants, she'll go fucking off the rails. Like, she will fucking, what wild woman do, and we don't regret it.
It's too late.
Wouldn't be surprised if kids don't. But yeah, no, anyway, he was offering me fucking decorations. Like, do you want to come pick them up on Friday? Just like, let me know. I was like, alright, cool. So I was serious about that job in Costa Rica, by the way.
Huh.
I was just like, you know what? Gonna have to hop the border though. They don't care what I do. Yeah.
Well, you have to get the vaccine to get on the plane.
I'll get a fake one. You hear there's a shit ton of people with fake fucking passports? It's fucking hilarious.
No. I haven't heard that.
Oh my god, so much food.
So I'm saying like Jesus.
What's happening? Are you ordering food?
What?
Are you getting food?
What do you want?
Food!
Okay.
McDonald's.
You were just complaining about McDonald's, weren't you?
BK Lounge.
Burger King Lounge?
Pizza Hut. Not fucking Domino's. God, that taco pizza fuck destroyed my bowels.
I was thinking doing something cheap. Pizza is like 68 bucks or something. Like 50. I had to pay rent last week, so
Okay.
I said I had to pay rent last week, so I didn't put money on my visa. I had to pay rent last week, so I didn't put any money on the visa. That's why I'm getting something cheap. You want like McDonald's or you want like toasted hot dogs? I'll wait for you to come up.
McDonald's. Alright. Oh my god. Ow. Sorry. Hello. Hello. You step up your face. What did you get into? Hi. Jesus Christ. It's someone threw tennis balls in the toilet.
Well, like
Terrible.
these toilets you got, it says they're champion toilets.
Ah.
It's the name of it, and it says that you can flush a bucket of golf balls down one flush.
Fuck was
And,
shitting like that? Like,
And I was like, you know what? Like,
Did-
I took a shit and I clogged the toilet.
they have a hotline on the door.
So
Like-
yeah, he was like, Curtis laughed. He was like, yeah, it's for bowling balls. For golf balls, not bowling balls.
That's disgusting. That's fucking so gross.
I was like, I just ate those two beef burritos. And then,
Ah,
I
God.
fucking went to town with that toilet. I got brushed.
Ugh. Oh. Shut. hell? I thought this was a smart TV. Apparently not. Fucking stupid. Okay. No shit. That's funny. Okay. So the remote, like the little screen from the TV, it's the same TV, just smaller. I'm not kidding, because the remote works for both screens, and like I can control both screens with this remote. No, the little screen that's in front of it, the little Samsung monitor. So if I press power, they both come on. It is kind of neat, but it's kind of a pain in the ass too, because they're also both not wireless. So I don't actually have plugs that. I don't know what the fuck update they fucking did. They fucking just ruined my computer. I don't know what to do. This fucking update bullshit is pissing me off. Select an STD. Mm-mm. Mm. Okay, well. Not. Okay. All right. Let's try to get this shit to work.
I am Kyle Kittleson with MedCircle, joined by clinical psychologist Dr. Ramani. Nice to see you, Dr. Ramani.
It's good to see you too, Kyle.
We're talking about perhaps everyone's, quote, favorite topic, for lack of a better term, narcissism, specifically understanding the conversational narcissist, a term I have not heard. What is a conversational narcissist?
You know what they are, Kyle. You just didn't know. You already knew. These are the folks that monopolize the conversation, but in a unique way, they always make it about them. So let's say you and I don't know, we're talking about Florida. Okay. And you're telling me about a vacation you took there and a place you saw and a fishing trip you went on. And I say, well, I've been to Florida. And then I start yammering on about blah, 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 what I know about Miami. I might even use that as an opportunity to say, oh, Kyle, nobody stays at that hotel. They only stay, you know what I'm saying? So it's a sort of a conversational hijack, but it's not something that happens once. It happens all the time. So much so that over time, the conversational narcissist is someone who's sort of seen as the person who's always holding court. It's really not a conversation. It's more a performance, and everyone's sort of going to listen to this person. And in a way, there's also there's sort of this sort of superiority they bring to it. They often know better than other people. Oh, you don't know this, or I happen to know somebody who's in charge of this or in charge of that. They always seem to know someone, or they seem to have some level of authority in it. And so over time, I think a lot of people almost feel, kind of cowed over by such a person, in the sense that they feel like, well, they're talking and I've got nothing to say. Because a lot of us sort of feel a certain insecurity in what we think we know. And the conversational narcissist not only hijacks the conversation, they can often leave other people, like I said, who often, I wouldn't even want to call them insecure. I think a lot of us just sort of know what we know and know what we don't know. We'll hold back, and they'll just keep talking and talking, and people will assume that they're right. So it's actually it's not a conversation. It's sort of a one-sided performance when you're having a chat with a conversational narcissist.
Oh, yes. I've met this person many times. And in fact, when I was living in Los Angeles, I used to say the only thing I'm looking for when I meet somebody new is if they ask me one question about myself. It was such a rarity that if I met somebody who asked me one question, and not the question, so are you in the industry? Because then they're just trying to figure out if they can use me somehow. But a question about myself, I was just, oh my gosh, you're a diamond in the rough. Why is it important to differentiate this from the more traditional definitions of narcissism?
Well, I think the conversational narcissist, I think it's sort of a style that gets embedded into the larger sort of picture of narcissism. Now, not all people who are sort of narcissistic in the traditional way, the ones who lack empathy, entitled, grandiose, the usual laundry list I've talked about repeatedly on MedCircle, not all of them are conversational narcissists. I think it's sort of it's like a sub behavior, if you will, in narcissism. I do think, though, Kyle, that, and I think the term is a little unfortunate, because we might be better off almost calling them conversational hijackers, because there are some people out there that may not necessarily have the whole toxic spectrum of narcissism, but for other reasons, they may be the people who hijack the conversation. These may be people who hold a lot of privilege. They may be, so in other words, nobody ever calls them out and they kind of get away with it. They may, in some cases too, Kyle, be people who are socially anxious. They only know, it's almost hard for them to just be present with someone else's saying something, and they're not necessarily trying to overpower them, but the conversational narcissist may be somebody who doesn't know how to keep the conversation going unless they talk about something that they're an expert in. And that kind of almost helps them feel more comfortable. But because of their anxiety, they're almost too overwhelmed to fully be aware that this is not cool for the other person. However, if the conversational hijacking style is much more due to social anxiety, if you confronted that person and said, hey, I just want to tell you, you made that whole conversation about you. A person who does it from solely a socially anxious place will say, oh my goodness, I am so sorry. And I feel so awkward. And they may integrate the feedback. They may also feel quite terrible about it. But if you went to a narcissist and said, you just hijacked the conversation, the narcissist will probably just let you have it, get angry, they'll deny, they'll deflect, they'll do the whole usual bag of tricks. So it's a different approach depending on what's sort of driving that conversational hijacking. But I think it's sort of it's a pattern we see in a not insubstantial number of narcissists.
For the conversational narcissist or conversational hijacker, would you find people who only do this in social settings, but when they are one-on-one or in a romantic relationship, they're able to be quiet and let that other person share and speak?
No, I think when it's embedded in the pattern of the conversational narcissism, it's pervasive and it's consistent. So in other words, they'll do exactly the same thing to their partner. They'll never listen. They'll always turn the conversation back to themselves. They'll talk over the other person. They'll always try to come off as the expert. They'll often be quite contemptuous and dismissive of the other person, saying, I know this, you don't know this, that sort of thing. So I think that it definitely is something that is across all settings. They're like this at work. They're like this at family gatherings. They're at this in social gatherings. They're like this with their partners. I don't think that they ever really turn it off, and they don't implement feedback.
I love to talk, okay? I love it. My friends that I hang out with the most, I notice, allow me a lot of space to talk. And so I'm naturally attracted to them because I get to speak, which I like. Is there signs I should look out for that would say, hey, Kyle, it's great that you like to talk and, have fun with your friends, but you're going too far. You are now being somebody who doesn't add value to the conversation. You're being somebody who hijacks the conversation.
Couple of things. First of all, I want to give you, because I have the luxury of having a position of having known you for years and having spent many, many hours with you, Kyle. I will tell you, having been in your presence, even though you like to talk, your curiosity about other people is sort of endless. So you may like to talk, but you have no idea how often you're talking is actually asking questions. I know this only because I've been in your presence. And I know that, for example, I've never looked forward to being with a conversational narcissist because unless I really am interested in what they have to say, like it's going to school, by and large, you find it boring. And I actually look forward to seeing you. Now, I'm not saying that to blow smoke. I'm saying that as another person in your world who says, oh, I'm going to see Kyle this morning. This is going to be great. Versus like, oh, God, I don't want to do this. So I think one thing is for anybody who might suspect this in themselves, number one, that's already a good sign. If you even think this is something I'm doing, there's a good chance this may not be you because you're even willing to take a step back and say, oh, did I make that about me? The second thing is to take a step back from that conversation and say, what did I learn about the other people? What do I now know about the other people? And if you're like, not as much as I should, that's another sign that you might be this kind of conversational narcissist. A third sign is, are people not inviting you back? Because over time, subtly, it may come out that people are like, this isn't very fun to be with them. So maybe when we're having a more intimate get together, and I know we're not in that time right now, but we will be again. But if we're having a more intimate get together, you're not being invited to the 6-person dinner party because they don't want you to sort of suck all the conversational oxygen out of the room. That might also be another sign of it. So, but I think that anyone who's willing to be self-reflective enough to wonder, is this me? There's a decent chance it's not you. And even if it is, I think then it comes down to I know I must sound like a one-trick pony when I say this, which is mindfulness. Are you able in a conversation to sort of sit with what the other person is saying. I always tell people, always go in equipped to any conversation with questions like, aren't you genuinely curious about something? And that's another thing to ask yourself. Am I genuinely curious about other people? If somebody's saying the answer to that is no, that's actually quite concerning, because there's nothing more interesting than another person. They've always got a story. You just have to ask them the right questions to get to it. But I think a conversational narcissist is genuinely not interested in the experience of other people.
When we were in social groups and social settings, and you found yourself listening to a conversational narcissist, how do you respond to that?
It depends on what they're saying, Kyle. It's actually, I do a couple of things. If it's really boring and I don't have to be interactive in the whole space, I often just go off. I do some sort of mindful exercises I have. Like there's one mindful exercise I love. Like when someone's just talking at me, they're saying nothing important. They're wasting everyone's time. I do what I call the descriptive exercise. And it's a great way to use a frustrating experience and turn it into a mindful experience. And I just sort of look around the room and I write about the room in my head. I'll say, the tired morning light was straining to come in through the windows that were framed by, and I really get lost. And it's so good because honestly, I'm so lost in a flight of fancy that sometimes they'll say, Ramani, and I'm like, oh, yes. So it's great because it's like a little mini mental workout I'm doing. And then I'm not actually getting worked up by the fact that this person is narcissistically sucking the oxygen out of the room. Sometimes I doodle, sometimes I make grocery lists, sometimes I answer emails. It really depends on the situation. But I think that it is if they are saying something important, I might take notes on what they're saying. Like they may just be that person who doesn't create space for someone else. But when it's social, Kyle, it is in my best moments, I try to learn. Like, are they saying something worth learning about? Even though I didn't quite sign up for a mini TED Talk while I'm out to dinner, I'll sort of see what I'm getting out of this and I'll pay attention. But if not, like I said, I'll get lost in something descriptive. I might excuse myself and go to the bathroom and take a really long walk back while I look at the surroundings I'm in. I think it's giving ourselves permission to exit when it's really, really getting annoying. Because you know what's a very powerful intervention with a conversational narcissist? To leave. Just leave. And that's why I always say I got to run to the restroom, or if there's a group and you can leave and leave someone else stuck holding the bag, get up and leave, because they operate on the basis of an audience. So if more and more of that audience goes away, I don't think that they noticed, but if someday they looked up and nobody was there, I think they take notice of that.
Now, I have, for my own entertainment, double down on the conversational narcissist. So I feign incredible interest in what they're saying. I ask really good questions about their topic. I mean, I'm all in as though I'm really enjoying it, just because I get a kick out of their belief that they think they're really having a lot of value, because I'm irritated, and that's how I handle it. What do you think about that?
Yeah. We call that a paradoxical intervention. And it's amazing you have the patience for it. I actually tip my hat to you, Kyle. So I don't think I have the same patience. But it is paradoxical. Here's what's interesting, Kyle. They're learning nothing from it. They're actually thinking, wow, Kyle's really into I have to say, I must be so interesting. So now someone else is getting bothered by this person again because Kyle thinks I'm interesting. So you might be enabling this.
Yes. If we are in a romantic relationship with a conversational narcissist, how do we navigate that?
Yeah, that's really hard, because people in relationships like this will feel like they're in something deeply one-sided. The relationship feels extraordinarily tedious. And for people who may not perceive or actually have any means of, if you will, quote unquote, escape from that relationship, it's not something that they can end, that they are sort of stuck in it. I often tell people that probably one of your best strategies is, if you've got to white knuckle it, step away when you can. But if you have to white knuckle those long soliloquies that this conversational narcissist is putting you through, or even worse, telling you don't know anything, that they're the expert, especially when they're in fact not, when you in fact do know it. I tell people one of the most important antidotes is that you have your own healthy, robust social network that is reciprocal and mutual and listens to you, because that literally can fill you up so you don't feel like you're living in an alternate universe, so that when you are put up against that conversational narcissist, again, if nothing else, it sort of becomes a tired exercise in mindfulness and just sort of tolerating it, enduring it, trying to find ways to avoid it. And, and putting up with it until you can figure out, if there is a way, if there's a path out, because in a true conversational narcissistic sense, it is not amenable to change. These are people who will really face down with resentment, being told that they are the ones who overwhelm the conversation or constantly bring it back to them. Or what really is challenging, Kyle, for people in these relationships is, let's say they do stand off against the conversational narcissist and say, come on, you always make it about you. You always make it blah, blah, blah about whatever you know. That the conversational narcissist quite often will turn into the victim stance. Oh, I guess you just don't, I guess I do talk too much. I never know when to shut up. Like, I guess nobody wants to hear. You know what? Never going to talk again. The vault is closed. I'm just listening. And you're like, oh my goodness, so it's, you're kind of, and sometimes that sort of dramatic reaction can be really exhausting too. And then that victimized sense of later on, you might actually genuinely ask them their opinion on something and they'll say, I wouldn't want to talk too much. And then you'll find yourself in this passive aggressive vortex. And then you're going to ask yourself, which one of these is the lesser of two evils?
Is it possible that the only narcissistic trait somebody could hold is conversational narcissism, where in the rest of their life, at work, anything outside of communication, they're very empathic and giving and present?
It would be a little dicey, Kyle, because conversational narcissism is almost predicated on a certain lack of empathy and lack of self-reflective capacity, right? Mm-hmm. And empathy, a big chunk of empathy is self-reflective capacity. So in that moment, you're literally doing no self-monitoring and you're just going on and on. And that's why I said I gave you that little section that's cordoned off solely to social anxiety, that there are some people out there that kind of will overtake a conversation because they are so anxious. I think that subgroup of people are not at all narcissistic. They're socially anxious. And as a result, you will see empathy and you won't see entitlement. You'll actually see that they're actually quite kind, quite helpful. In some cases too, Kyle, and this is an interesting other sort of subset of these, I call them more conversational hijackers, are people who are deeply lonely. And this is something we may start seeing in the post-pandemic world, to be frank with you. I don't think we know how to socialize anymore. I think that a lot of us have been like, Zoom isn't the same. We're going to see someone and it's going to be blah, 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 and, and I think that it's going to be, I'm noticing this even on social Zoom calls, is we're talking over and interrupting each other. And that matters in Zoom, right? Because Zoom's only set up for one person at a time, or FaceTime or whatever, to talk one at a time. But when we get back into real life, I think we might see some of this conversational hijacking happening a little more because people are lonely. And I think sometimes lonely people who never, ever, ever feel heard may have a tendency to talk. But it's not from an unkind, disrespectful place. It's actually from a lonely place. I would say that you'd almost want to pay attention to other behaviors they're showing. Is there an empathic kindness, a presence, and all of that in other areas that only when you're talking do they seem to overwhelm it? This is a pattern I've seen in a few people who are either who are truly lonely, alone, or, and this is an interesting twist, Kyle, talk about sort of the whole thing turning in on itself. People who are in relationships with conversational narcissists, so they're never heard. That person, when they go in with other people, never being heard in their primary relationship, will be a little bit talk with people who are actually listening. And it's so sad because they're actually really lovely people, but they're not being heard in a very primary space. So this is what I'm saying. This is a lot more nuanced than we think. But again, that person may turn around and say, oh my gosh, I am taking up this whole conversation because I'm so excited to see you. Tell me a little about you. And there's a correction, then we wouldn't use this term.
Really great insight. I understand that perfectly. Dr. Romney, this has been really wonderful to discuss. There's always new layers of narcissism to peek into, and thank you for providing that for us. If you're interested in learning more from Dr. Romney, she has lots of videos and series at watch.medcircle.com, or just use the links below this video. And tonight, we will be doing a live panel with Dr. Romney and some of the other MedCircle doctors. You can join that live panel, submit your questions, interact with other participants. It'll be a very educational and inspiring evening. We hope to see you there. You can join using the links below. Dr. Romney, thanks again. I'm Kyle Kittleson, and remember, whatever you're going through, you got this. I'm Kyle Kittleson with MedCircle, joined by clinical psychologist Dr. Romney. Dr. Romney, wonderful to see you again today.
Thank you so much, Kyle, for having me. It's always so good to see you.
We've heard the term gaslighting, but today we're talking about the differences between intimate and tribal gaslighting. What are the differences between those two?
So when we talk about intimate gaslighting, it's sort of like gaslighting one person at a time. So it doesn't necessarily mean you're in an intimate relationship with them. You can be gaslighted by a parent. You can be gaslighted by a coworker. It's one person gaslighting you at any given time. Now, the term gaslighting itself reflects the intentional denial of another person's reality, or basically, honestly, I'd say the denial of another person's reality. Now, in the most classical example of gaslighting, it's when a person will manipulate the environment in some way and then deny they did it. So a very, very simple example would be, let's say there was a pile of mail on a table, and you took that pile of mail and put it someplace in the house. And then the person said, hey, did you move the pile of letters that were there? And then the person says, no, I didn't move them. So that would be an example of the most traditional example of gaslighting, right? So in that case, they did move the pile of letters, they deny doing it, and then the person who is looking for the letters, who originally put them on the table, in that one interaction starts feeling like, oh my gosh, my memory is going. So you see what that's done. Already in just one interaction, the person who was gaslighted doubts themselves. Every so often, the person will go, no way, I put the letters there. As long as the gaslighter stands their ground, it can really, really, originally some people say, no, I absolutely put those letters there. That rarely happens. Like, people will usually give in and say, oh, I'm losing my memory. Now, let's expand this out. Imagine that the gaslighting is not person to person, but it's many people who are all supporting that twist in reality. I'm going to give you a really dark example of this, Kyle. So let's use it. This is what we tend to see, what happens with tribal gaslighting. Tribal gaslighting can also be family gaslighting. It can be entire workplace gaslighting, any of those things. So a really sort of painful example of this would be if there was abuse that occurred in a family, okay? And a person like, I know this happened, this abuse happened. And the family throughout the years says, no, that never happened. That never happened to you. So that would be everyone together. Now you can see then how this sort of gaslighting by group or by tribe can be so much more powerful, because when it's person to person, over time you can still say, nah, that's one, we don't see eye to eye, he's just messing with me. But when it's many people, you're like, well, it can't be that everyone's in on this. You'd almost feel paranoid if you believed that. To give you a more subtle example, though, let's say I'm having trouble in my relationship. Okay, so I'm in a relationship with someone. People have witnessed it. My partner's being nasty and unempathic and is manipulative and speaks badly to me in public. And it's just not a good scene, right? He's perhaps even cheated on me or lied to me in a significant way. And I'm really having a lot of trouble with this. And I'm talking to my family. And this guy, I'm in a relationship with, has been super generous with my family. Has always picked up the check and paid for vacations and, helped out around their house, but is really nasty to me. And I go to my family and say, gosh, we've really hit a rough patch. You've seen it. You've even seen how he talks to me at dinner. And they'll say, We've never had any trouble with him. He seems like a nice guy. You see, it's that. So this is not so much moving the mail or something like that, which we can see. This is more subtle. It's, I've brought my reality to you. I don't know. I'm not sure about him. I'm having a hard time. No, there's nothing wrong with him. He seems like a nice guy to me. Those little subtle statements also are a way that I could be gaslighted by you, a third party. And if many of you, if all of you were in my family, you and other people, I'd say, maybe they're right. I said, maybe the problem's me. It's easier for me to say it's me than 7 people are wrong.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
That's the difference between the two.
It's insane.
And with this tribal gaslighting, is it more common in the scenario you just outlined in a romantic relationship where families are coming together? Or are there other scenarios like work environments?
Yeah. Work environments are another great example. So work environments get interesting. Many workplaces are no different than our family of origin, where there might be somebody who's in leadership, right? So more of a parental figure, and people are trying to win them over and be the golden child or the favorite child, or there can be triangulation or people gossiping and turning against each other and all of that. So it is very much all the top notes of a family dynamic. So let's say you're the person who's having trouble with the boss. You're struggling, you're finding the boss to be a difficult woman or whatever it may be. And then you go, and others on the team say, Kyle, this is actually a really great place to work. So I don't know what your problem is, but we're all really happy. And we don't see any problem. And you're thinking like, and this is a boss who's tyrannical and cruel, but may very well be paying them more, or doing something to kind of, or what, and who knows, whatever their issues are, they seem to think by being right sidled up to the boss, that it will help their stars. So they deny your reality of it. And in a way, it props up their reality that the boss is a good guy or good gal, even if the boss is not. So it happens in the workplace all the time. Or you might feel like, wait a minute, that was my idea. I raised it at the meeting 4 weeks ago. You were all here. It's on the minutes. Look. And I'll say, no, you didn't. Mary raised the idea. And if everyone in the room says Mary raised the idea, boom, that's exactly what can happen at work.
I can feel the frustration even in the example. Allow me to play devil's advocate. Suppose Bridget is the producer at Med Circle, a kinder soul on the planet.
I know.
Suppose we hire a new person at Med Circle, and that person comes to me and says, Bridget is just the worst. She's terribly tyrannical. And I go to Bridget and I go, what's going on? And Bridget goes, this is all I've done is asked her to do X, Y, and Z. Now I go back to this person and I say, look, I know you're upset about this, but this is just kind of how it is here. And if you're going to be upset by Bridget asking you to do something, then, this might not be a good workplace for you. I've denied their reality. I feel that they believe Bridget's difficult to work with, but I see no evidence of that from...
Okay. Yeah. So now you're getting into this whole area where gaslighting starts getting very complicated, like, epistemic confirmation. It all draws from philosophy and all of that, which epistemic. So knowledge, epistemology has to do with knowledge. So in evidence, really. So in this situation, okay, so the situation you bring forth, that lady says, Bridget's difficult to work with. Okay. And the reason she cites Bridget's difficult to work with is because Bridget asked her to do a bunch of things. All right. There's 2 pieces of information there. Bridget's difficult to work with. Bridget asked me to do many different things. And for that new worker, they're equating the 2 things. Okay. Bridget did give her a lot of things to do. Okay. That is the nature of the job. In that person's estimation, Bridget is difficult. I would say to you, Kyle, you have to hold space for her and say, I can see how you think Bridget's difficult. This is the job. Okay. And so this is that idea of dissonance as well. So when the family says, your husband's, in the example I gave you, your husband's not difficult. I've had nothing but experiences with him. They've denied my experience because I experienced my husband as difficult. And yes, they've also had nothing but good experiences with him. They've negated my experience by elevating their experience over it. Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I understand that completely. When we find we are being gaslit, let's start with the tribal version.
Yeah.
What do we do?
So in the example you just gave, Kyle, was a very interesting example of the best way to diffuse the gaslighter, which is to keep bringing everything into the light. Let me give you an example, and I'm sorry for spoiling the movie, but the movie came out in 1944, so y'all, if you haven't seen it, you had plenty of time, okay? So the movie Gaslight, and this is my homework for everyone watching this particular class here. You've got to go, and now you have to go watch the movie Gaslight. You can get it on any streaming services. Sometimes you have to rent it. It's like $3. It's worth every cent. Okay, watch the movie. Now I'm going to spoil it. But the thing that in the movie Gaslight, the woman's reality is gradually eroded by her husband, and other people in the household are in on it. But you know what ends up fixing it, the gaslight for her? It's very simple. One other person from the outside believed her. That's all it took, was one person to say, no, that's real. So in the case I gave of you, of me saying about the husband, the greatest gaslight repellent would have been is if it's tribal gaslighting, that person says, I've had nothing, but I've had no problem with him, da, 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 da. For me to say, listen, that's your experience. My experience is that I am being mistreated. I need you to be here for me. Now, this is where it gets really tricky, Kyle, is that if I push that person in my family who's saying, no, your husband's a great guy, and I'm saying, listen, it's not to me. I understand you've had a good experience. I'm not going to deny that. I am not. Please see my perspective. And then my family member says, oh, I can't get involved. I like what I have with him. That's a wake-up call to me to decide what place that gaslighter has in my life.
Oh, yeah.
Does that make sense? You can start losing people once you start recognizing what they're doing to you. I'm not saying you got to toss all the gaslighters out of your life, but you got to be real careful about the information you bring to them. And the story you gave, that was very interesting, because in that experience, there was two things happening, gaslighting and triangulation, right? Bridget's awful. Bridget gives me too much work. Bridget would say, yeah, I do give her a lot of work. It's the job. I told her that would be the job. You then realize that she's equating difficulty with getting too much work. You then could say to her, you know, in helping her with her process, yeah, I get that you're finding Bridget difficult. This job does have a lot of work. She's asking you to do the work. You've now given that person all the information. Had you gone back to that woman, then you weren't gaslighting her. But for all of us, the key to being more gaslight resistant is that we have to be willing to hold on to our own reality. That this is what I believe. And what that means is then getting comfortable with stepping back from conversations, reshaping the relationships we've got, or even stepping away from them, in the sense that if you're telling me you don't feel that, you can't feel that, you use those words with me, I'm going to be like, oh yeah, no, we're not doing this. And I'm not saying it out loud because there's no point in engaging a gaslighter, to be honest with you. But there's a point at which I say, okay, this person is not in a place in their life, for whatever reason, to be able to hold my reality alongside theirs. This isn't a healthy space for me. So you can see, Kyle, that this isn't a quick fix. This is a massive shift in how people view human relationships. I absolutely think that two people can have a different experience of something. For example, you might think that my emotional reaction to something might be in excess to what it should be to something. And you can say, I hear you. I can hear that this is really, really hard for you. I think that we can approach this, but I see that this is upsetting for you, rather than you're overreacting. Yeah. Recognize that I can see your reaction and I can see how the two connect. Are there other ways we can think about this? Because when you do that, I no longer feel like I'm a crazy person. Mm-hmm. I instead feel like, okay, I'm having a reaction. It's okay for me to have this reaction. The minute you tell me it's okay, I turn it down. But I'm now turning on you, looking to you to be my turn down the gaslighter. If you tell me you're overreacting, I have to get okay with, this feels like a lot to me, and say, this is my reaction, Kaya. Please don't judge it.
Yeah.
How many people are there? Not a lot.
I feel if I went to my friends and they initially denied my reality and gaslit me, that if I said, guys, I understand that's your experience. I'm telling you the truth here with my experience that this is happening. My partner yells and screams and treats me off. Do you not believe me? I understand your experience is that, but do you not believe me? I think they would all say, no, you're right. We do believe you. It's hard for us to believe, but we believe you. How can we help? Can people who have a tendency to gaslight, can they be talked through that and come out the other side empathic and sympathetic?
Depends. It depends. Kyle, there's a fair number of people out there who gaslight and they don't intend to. We've all done it. We've all done it to someone. This is not like, I'm certainly not walking through here saying, oh, I've never done this to anyone. I probably do it on the daily. I think the folks out there that are doing it because it's what we do, it's because we're lazy, it's because we're sloppy, because we're uncomfortable with other people's emotions. That's a group like your friends that can be told a different perspective, right? It's the people who have more of these difficult personality styles. You're never going to they're going to get them to stop gaslighting. They're always going to be stubborn and said, no, you're wrong. He's great. He's great to me, and might even be doing it to be vindictive and to get at you. So, again, in the movie Gaslight, that was a great example. It was that, and I actually would love to share with you, and it's a long essay I wrote for a magazine on gaslighting. I'll send that to both you and Bridget if it's something to share, because it's a deep analysis of what gaslighting is really. Because Kyle, gaslighting is not a one-off. All right, it's not a one-time experience. It's a multi-time experience. Oh, it's like we might do this sloppily with somebody. Somebody will tell us a story. We're having conversation. Oh, Kyle, I think you're overreacting. I don't think he was really meaning to say you were this or that. Even that's wrong. But it is the kind of thing if I've only done that to you once, you take me aside and say, that hurt me. I'd be, oh my God, I'm so sorry. We can work that one through. It's the people who are being gaslighted on the daily, not just things being moved around, but their emotions being devalued. And then what happens is when we're gaslighted, the majority of people tend to turn it back on themselves, saying, maybe I am too sensitive, or maybe my memory is going, or maybe I'm not that smart, or maybe I really am a bad cook. Do you see what you've done? Each time you gaslight a person, you diminish them. And what that does is it takes a relationship that was once somewhat equal and it pushes the other person down. That's definitely the narcissist ground game, right? Let me get you down here. I'm going to stay up here. And that's exactly what they want. But if you started in the same position, by gaslighting someone, you shove them down.
Yes. I hope you have been finding value in today's mini sessions with our Med Circle doctors. We're going to have more from Dr. Ramani today, and we're also going to be having a live virtual panel that you can join and ask your questions to our doctors and participate with other members. It will be a very educational, inspiring time. Use the links below to sign up for tonight's live panel. Dr. Ramani, I want to touch real quick on when therapists gaslight. What does this look like, and how can patients be aware of it?
So this is, as you can imagine, a very tricky, sensitive topic, because in the vast majority of cases, it's not what the therapist set out to do. Now, in the Med Circle family knows that what I do is that I work in a very, very specific and unique area called narcissistic abuse, of people who are going through sort of the mental mess of being in a relationship, not as somebody who only gaslights them, but manipulates them in other ways and invalidates them and all of that. There is a real temptation to say, well, did you hear their point of view? Or, well, is it really that bad? Or, and in doing that, the survivor of a person, anyone who survived a narcissistic relationship, has already done a number on themselves before they've gotten to the therapist's office. But this is bigger than this, because when we look at the core of what treatment of trauma is, one of the core pillars of trauma-informed treatment and therapy is validation. To validate the survivor's experience, because one of the most confusing elements of trauma is the confusion. It's the confusion. What just happened? It's the shame. It's the second guessing. It's the self-doubt. It's even the self-blame. That's all very much a part of a post-traumatic picture. It's part of a narcissistically abusive picture. And so the therapist's job, above all else, is to validate. And so one of the dangers, because like I said, all of us as people, we gaslight. We don't mean to, but we do it here and there. Therapist is a human being. And so it's very, very important that when a client brings something in, that we hear it in their time and space. Like, and when we receive their story, we receive it in a validating way. Now, that's not to say that when my client says they're doing something irresponsible or unhealthy or infringing on someone's rights, she's basically doing something that's not good. I don't say, yeah, I get why you have to do that. I'm willing to say to them, that's not okay. That's not okay. That experience for the other person, I'm hearing that would be quite disrespectful. Let's break that down. So for a therapist to avoid gaslighting doesn't mean you're enabling the client's nonsense. It means that when they say something, you hold space with their feeling or for their feeling, and you say, I am hearing that you're incredibly upset that your partner showed up 3 minutes late for your lunch together. Okay. Now you and I might think 3 minutes is the valet is running slow, but they'd say, and I'd say, I hear that you are very upset. Can you talk to me about why being 3 minutes late was so significant to you? Instead of me saying, what are you talking about? 3 minutes? You're lucky the fool showed up on time. I mean, I could have gone off on my whole little riff, but no, I have to hold space for that 3 minutes for that person was meaningful. Instead of aren't you making too big a deal out of it? That's what I mean by gaslighting by a therapist.
That's a great reminder for all of us, because like you mentioned, we have all done it. And that power of validating somebody is so powerful and can impact somebody's day, but really a paradigm shift when they feel validated sometimes for the first time. Really great session, Dr. Romney. Thank you for shedding light on gaslighting. We'll have more from Dr. Romney tonight. And also, if you can't join us tonight, but just want to watch the replay, still sign up. We'll send you the replay. We'll make sure you get it. I'm Kyle Kittleson. Remember, whatever you're going through, you got this.
Okay.
Now to a major break in a cold case involving a BC woman who's been missing for more than 5 years. Ashley Simpson's body has now been found, and tonight her boyfriend is charged.
Ashley Simpson, you named her kid Ashley Simpson.
Angela, you just spoke with the victim's parents. Yes, May Jung, and her mother calls the news surreal, adding she knew realistically Simpson wouldn't likely be found alive, and now they can work towards gaining closure. Simpson was reported missing April 2016. She had recently moved to Salmon Arm with her then boyfriend Derek Favel. Her mother says they had only been dating for about 2 months before she disappeared without a trace. The RCMP say her body was found late last month in a wilderness area outside of Salmon Arm. Mounties from BC then traveled to Ontario, where the family lives, to deliver the news.
They brought us our Christmas present. And for that, we will be eternally grateful.
Your daughter's dead body? That's
We have
very
a body
sad.
now. So that glimmer of hope is gone. We will never see our daughter alive again, but she will come home.
Derek Lee Matthew Favell was arrested in Kelowna and charged with second-degree murder. Police remain tight-lipped when asked why this investigation took nearly years.
Our job as investigators is to follow a thorough and meticulous path to gather that evidence, and not every case is easy. Some cases are solved quickly, and others take many years, and this is a case that took some time.
The Simpson family had been active in keeping their daughter's case in the spotlight, and they say they will continue to be involved while this goes to court and as they seek justice. Mijung?
Thank you, Angela.
It is unlikely that it is only contained in those households.
This is Delta. It's in large, vulnerable households. We're not out the wood.
What?
A plan that will continue to invest in controlling our guns and keeping our communities safer. And that's exactly the thing we're going to move forward with on a stronger mandate.
Justin Trudeau's soft on crime approach. Hi, I'm Brian Willie, political columnist with the Toronto Sun. If you ever wanted to know what an ideologically motivated justice system looks like, one run by the activists, well, you're about to get a sense of it. The Trudeau Liberals have unveiled Bill C-5. It's a replica of a bill they introduced in the last Parliament and didn't pass, Bill C-22. And what it seeks to do is get rid of repeat mandatory offenders on serious gun crimes from having a mandatory minimum sentence. They say this is to deal with systemic racial discrimination in the system. But let me read to you some of the mandatory minimums that the Trudeau Liberals are doing away with. It will shock you. Using a firearm in the commission of an offense. Well, that currently comes with a 1-year mandatory minimum, but they're going to do away with that. Possession of a firearm or weapon, knowing its possession is unauthorized, they're doing away with that. That's a crime that only comes with a mandatory minimum.
Businesses, big employers, require employees to either get vaccinated or go through weekly testing. And as you know, the Congress has had to take up.
That is the Ocean case. That is the one that's in the Sixth Circuit. That's the one that's also on rolls. You have three, all of them shut down right now. And, we say temporary because that's the way injunctions work until a federal court kind of ultimately rules. These are sort of preliminary stages. What you do when you want an injunction, you go in and say, when you get around to hearing this case and deciding it on the merits, we are likely to win. And because of that, you should shut it down now.
The shit that happened in Texas during the summer, I think it was, or like during the fall when they were all like without power. They had like a bunch of little fucking
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday.
And, like,
we have
some
an
guy
amazing
was
show
like,
for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. Lots of interesting developments we are tracking this morning. So, CNN
like a
and
tiny
Chris
little wind
Cuomo
tunnel.
lawyering up. Cuomo looks like he's ready to fight for the remaining $20 million on his contract, which it's disgusting that that's what he was being paid. But anyway, we'll give you all those details. Also, the SEC is investigating Trump's new social media company, and there are some other big moves in the conservative media landscape that are kind of interesting and kind of telling. A lot of saber rattling going on right now with regards to Russia and Ukraine. Biden has a big phone call with Putin today. A lot of eyes on that. See what is going to happen with our relationship there, and if the Hawks are going to get their way. Also, a new study reveals just how dramatically unpopular the term Latinx is. Not only do Latino people not
Well, it's
use
like I
it,
think every
a
6 hours they're
significant
trying to
portion
space
find it
as long as
actively
possible.
offensive.
And they should.
Really
Okay.
cool that Democrats have been embracing that kind of terminology. Very effective for them. I'm also really excited about our guest today. He's a lead organizer for Teamsters for a Democratic
My
Union.
husband and I
They
talked
just
about
won
it.
a big election,
Because
changing
she had
leadership
the
at
same
that very
problem.
significant union as they look
And
forward
like
to
they had to go get
trying
a
to
crown put on
organize
it, and
Amazon
then like
and
later on
contract
it's gonna fuck up
negotiations
again.
with UPS.
So
So we're going to talk to them about their
because
more
the guy
militant
convinced me,
stance with regards
he's
to
like, you're too young
their
to start
workers.
pulling like
But we
out
wanted to
teeth
start
if you
with
can
what is
save
going
it.
on in New York City
And
vis-a-vis
my husband,
Omicron.
like, he's
Yeah,
like,
that's
it's
right. So
important
New
too.
York
It's
City
like
Mayor
$20
Mayor de
if you want to
Blasio
chew it. I'm
making
like,
a
yeah, but I
big
got like
announcement
fucking 20
yesterday
pair of
about
teeth,
a
no?
brand new vaccine mandate, which does not necessarily just
Yeah, no,
apply
my husband
to
was
people
like,
who
yeah,
want to
he
dine
said the
in
same thing to
restaurants,
me,
indoor
but
dining,
I
and
really
elsewhere,
can't
but
afford
to
that shit.
all
So
employees in the 5 boroughs
just
of New
fucking
York
take
City.
the bitch
Here's
out.
the announcement. Let's take a listen.
We in New York City have
Well,
decided
no,
to
you don't even like,
use a preemptive strike.
you don't even
really
need to do
use
that.
something
Like,
bold to stop
because I was like,
the
don't you
further
get
growth
stuck in
of
it? She's
COVID
like,
and the
no.
dangers it's causing to all of us. So
It's
as of
closed
today,
up.
we're going to
Like,
announce a first in the nation measure. Our health commissioner will announce a vaccine mandate for
yeah,
private
that's what she
sector
said.
employers
Sometimes like the
across
sweet
the board.
stuff, like candy.
All private sector employers
But
in
other
New
than
York
that,
City will be
like,
covered
brush your
by
fucking
this
teeth.
vaccine mandate as of December 27th.
I was like, I can't
We'll
afford
have some other
$1,500.
measures as well to really focus on
And like,
maximizing
mom was trying to
vaccination
get him to
quickly
like
so we can get
do
ahead of
a
Omicron
temporary thing. He's
and
like,
all
look,
the
I
other
could do
challenges
that.
we're
I could
facing
fill it and
right
put a
now.
cap on it,
Mayor
but
de
like,
Blasio
I
there
can't, like,
announcing a big
I can't tell you
program.
how long that's
Obviously,
gonna
it's
last.
going to go
Last 2 weeks,
into
it could last
effect
like
on
2
December
months.
27th in the
It's
city
not.
of New York. It's going
And
to
like, I'm gonna
apply
charge
to
you like fucking what, $300
184,000
to do a
businesses
temporary
in the
fix
5
that
boroughs.
might fall out in 2
Remote
weeks.
workers
Like,
will not be required to
make
get the
sense.
vaccine, but critically, there is
So I'm
no
just gonna go get
testing
it pulled.
option as an alternative. Put that tear sheet, please, up there on the screen, because what they point to here within this is that there is no actual justification on the immediate basis, Crystal. This is simply what de Blasio is describing
No,
as a
but
quote,
like,
preemptive
you know
strike,
what?
as he
It's
said
funny
there
because
in
like
the statement.
my
But
mom and my
if we
husband were saying the same
correlate with
thing.
the rise in
Where
cases,
he gave me
yes, there has been a
antibiotics
slight
and he told me
increase
not
in
to
cases,
use
but
it
it's nowhere
until
near the very top.
I
And as de
absolutely need it.
Blasio in the city of New York admit
But
themselves,
like, why
some
would you prescribe me
90% of
antibiotics
New
if there's
Yorkers
an
in the
infection there
city of
already?
New
Why wouldn't
York
I take it
have
right
had
now?
at
Like,
least
why wouldn't
one
I be
dose
taking it
of
already?
the vaccine, which is what's required
You
to
know?
get into a restaurant. So we're 90%
Like, I
of the
agree. I should
population
like not
already
to take
being
antibiotics
vaccinated,
unless you absolutely
not a
need it.
significant increase necessarily
My
in the
immune
number of
system's already for
cases,
shit.
and a zero testing alternative.
But it just
I
doesn't make
mean,
sense that
this
he
is
would
just
prescribe me
about
it if like there's
as
already
look,
infection there,
this is as
but I'm not
far
supposed to take
as
it.
we have seen a public measure in a major
Yeah, makes
city
sense.
in the United States, basically setting up potentially what tens of thousands of people from being fired from their jobs.
No,
as a
but that's the
result of
thing. He
this.
told me
Yeah,
not
that
to
is
take it until I
absolutely right.
absolutely need to.
You know, I think we kind of
And, like,
consider
until I can't
ourselves
take it
like
anymore.
COVID-centrists
But I
here.
thought that was
You're
weird.
a little
Like,
more-
that's what I call it.
You're a little more on the right, I'm a little more on the left, but
The
in
guy's just
general, we
fucking
have
trying
kind of
to
like a
string
moderate
me
stance
along.
on this. This is too far. Without a testing option,
oh, they don't
this is
help
far
the
too
pain.
draconian. It doesn't just, we're not just talking about the
It's
vaccine
just for
mandate.
the
They're also
inflammation and
increasing
the
the rules
infection.
for things like dining
Like,
and
I'm like,
entertainment,
but
where now kids ages 5 to
are I gonna
11
get blood poisoning?
also have to be have at least one dose in order to go
Whatever,
into
it's fine.
restaurants. Listen, I'm getting my kids vaccinated. I think that the risks outweigh the benefits in terms of the benefits outweigh the risks in terms of getting your kids vaccinated. But this is incredibly stringent given how low risk kids ultimately are at with regards to coronavirus.
Oh, I forgot that bull's Yeti.
They're also increasing
Yeah,
the number
that's
of
a shirt,
doses
though.
that you have to have had as an adult in order to get into restaurants. So they used to say, okay, if you have one dose, you can go and eat out or go to the show or whatever. Now you have to have 2 doses. So taking very draconian steps here. In terms of the COVID numbers in New York City right now, look, they have had an increase. Let's put the chart up on the screen that we have here. Cases are up about 26% over the past 2 weeks. Deaths and hospitalizations, though, while up some, are up much less, which makes a lot of sense because you have a highly vaccinated population. And what have we seen? We've seen that, yes, breakthrough infections are real, and there are some indications that there may be even more breakthrough infections with Omicron. But the early indications are, number one, that Omicron results in relatively mild disease. Again, these are early indicators, nothing definitive yet. And that we know, since this population is vaccinated, that no matter what variant they're facing, they are much less likely to end up hospitalized or dead, which are the key metrics that we are concerned about. So look, I think the Biden's vaccine or test option makes sense. I think it strikes the right balance. I think this is way too far.
No, I mean, look, they have only had like 100 and something deaths, 136 coronavirus deaths in the last 2 weeks. It's a city of what? Millions and millions of people. And we continue to say, look, the case number is irrespective of the actual hospitalization and death figure. When you have a 90-something% vaccinated population, well, that's just going to have it so that, yes, there may be numbers of cases, but as long as the deaths and the hospitalizations don't, let's say, rise all the way up to the level of overwhelming the entire city's hospitalization infrastructure, which has not really been in the cards since when, like March of 2020, they have never even crept up to the 100% you figure. So you put all of that together and you're seeing very much what I consider, I think you as well, to be a dramatic overreaction to Omicron. At the very same time that we continue to get evidence and information from South Africa that the Omicron variant is more transmissible and that it is, at least for now, less severe, or at the very least, or at the very case, not more severe than Delta or the normal strain of COVID. Here's the thing, and I will put a major caveat on this. South Africa is a lot less old and fat than we are. And so there is a consideration there that hitting the U.S. population, that this could be manifesting itself pretty much in the same way that we've seen with Delta and with normal COVID strain, which is that because we have such a fat and unhealthy population, that they suffer disproportionately whenever it comes to COVID. That being said, you look at the national stats, including in New York City, if you're unvaccinated, and especially if you're overweight, and you're not healthy, you are far, far more likely to end up in the hospital or to die from COVID if you don't have the vaccine. And if you do, you can significantly reduce your risk of hospitalization and death. There's been some more confirmation studies out, Crystal, which, this is the one that people who don't have the vaccine always want to vehemently deny. But the truth is that it does reduce population-wide spread, which is that by getting vaccinated, you not only, yes, look, if you're a young person, I'm not going to lie, you probably are never at risk of dying from COVID, period. But if you do get the vaccine, it does, once again, on a population-wide basis, reduce the overall transmissibility of COVID to the general population, which does, of course, protect the seniors, the immunocompromised, etc. So you put those two things together. Personally, I think it's not necessarily a no-brainer, especially 2 doses of whatever the vaccine is, booster conversation all aside. And you see that this, I think just very much goes too far. And what I actually do think is, what I'm afraid of, is that New York City has been a very leading indicator in these types of policies. They were the first to bring a very big vaccine mandate on a population-wide basis for a large city. Oregon and some other places follow them. Not Oregon having a vaccine mandate statewide. I'm saying what it did is that it created public sector incentives in a lot of different states. All of those were to follow. So what I would worry about is that very, very blue cities, LA, Chicago, and more, may follow in these footsteps. And look at the science and look at the cases. It's just not justified whatsoever.
So I think is the concern. I don't think you're going to see these sorts of overly aggressive measures taken at the federal level. I think the Biden administration has already shown their hand. They want to eventually get into place the test or vaccine mandate. They've actually pushed that out to give employers more time to comply. I think they've sort of set the course for as far as they're going to go. Not to say you couldn't have, for example, they've now extended the mask mandate in public buildings and on trains and stuff like that. Right. So you could see some measures like this. But these extreme, more draconian measures like what New York City is pioneering here, I do think you could see, places like San Francisco, places like LA, you could see sort of liberal blue cities in particular taking up some of these more stringent measures. So that's more likely to be the direction that we ultimately go in. The last thing on this is it's actually...
you guys are so boring. I always said I was a bad child.
In October 2021, CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced he was changing Facebook's name to Meta and expanding its borders into the metaverse.
What is the metaverse?
Metaverse. In the metaverse.
The metaverse will be the successor to the mobile internet.
The company promises a new reality, full of avatars and futuristic worlds.
Today, we're going to talk about the metaverse. I want to share what we imagine is possible.
It comes as other billionaires are venturing into new realms. Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk have poured billions into space projects.
I want to thank every Amazon employee and every Amazon customer because you guys paid for all this.
But as these businessmen expand their territories, there are growing concerns about how their technologies are impacting the world. On January 6th, a group of Trump supporters violently stormed the US Capitol building.
I was at risk of being stripped of and killed with my own firearm as I heard chants of kill him with his own gun.
Documents leaked by whistleblower Frances Haugen shone a new light on how Facebook did little to stop the attack.
Like they basically said, oh, good, we made it through the election. There wasn't riots. We can get rid of civic integrity now. Fast forward a couple months, we got the insurrection.
And revealed how the company knew it was spreading hate and misinformation on a global scale. From stoking ethnic violence in Ethiopia to fueling a genocide in Myanmar.
The more we're invisible, the more harm is done. And we've seen this in Myanmar, and we've seen it in India, and we're living it in Ethiopia now.
So why does Facebook, now Meta, continue to put profit ahead of the safety of its users?
This research is not a bombshell. It's not causal research. It's in fact just
Well, I beg
directional
to differ
research
with
that
you,
we
Ms.
use for
Davis.
productivity.
This research is a bombshell.
And as the world follows Mark Zuckerberg into the metaverse, can we trust it?
You were not
Facebook's
real.
rebranding may be a cynical attempt to shift focus from its numerous failures.
It sounds like we made a mistake there. I apologize for that. In retrospect, it was a mistake. We have made a lot of mistakes in running the company. It was my mistake, and I'm sorry.
But the metaverse, at least on the surface, promises a new era.
Today, we are seen as a social media company. But in our DNA, we are a company that builds technology to connect people. And the metaverse is the next frontier.
So this was an inevitable sort of next step in the evolution of social media, allowing the virtual physical presence of the people that you're connected to from around the world to you.
Oh, hey, Mark. Hey, what's going on?
Hi.
Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Whoa, we're floating in space.
I'll keep it in there for now.
That's awesome.
What
Wait,
Mark
give me a
Zuckerberg
minute
is
first,
doing
and then-
is he's trying to advance his pocketbook. Zuckerberg was the future once. Now it's
What's up,
VR,
Phil?
and he's trying to get into it.
More data makes good business sense.
Facebook has a very clear business model that's driven by the need to gather as much data about their consumers or users as possible.
But there are fears that the new data we create in the metaverse could lead to a privacy nightmare.
Facebook has made a big deal about the fact that it's not going to be doing facial recognition on photos that you upload to Facebook. But it hasn't said it's not going to do facial recognitions in the metaverse. And so the point is they're building an AI-driven engine that will be manipulating even more effectively behavior in the metaverse than it's been able to manipulate in real space.
And although generating more data is not necessarily harmful, it could give companies like Facebook an unprecedented amount of control.
Mark Zuckerberg holds as much or more power over the connection and communications that people have than anyone ever has before.
So long as that business model doesn't change, Meta is a much more terrifying version of what Facebook is in the real world right now.
Just weeks before Facebook's rebranding, former employee Frances Haugen released thousands of internal documents. The papers showed the potential harm of its products, harm that could be amplified in the metaverse.
I believe Facebook's products harm children, stoke division, and weaken our democracy.
The leak suggests Facebook knew how damaging its products could be and ignored employees who had concerns.
It is proven that every time they denied these things before, they were not just unfair in their denials and attacks on independent researchers, but they knew that those people were right. And that takes it from, just being defensive to being deceptive.
According to Facebook's own research reported by the Wall Street Journal, their platforms make body image issues worse for 1 in 3 teenage girls.
None of it came as a massive surprise. Instagram harms kids. I remember telling a 13-year-old about it. She was like, yeah, everyone knows that.
Facebook may be having its big tobacco moment. In the 90s, CEOs of big tobacco firms stood up in Congress and attempted to play down the dangers of cigarettes.
Yes or no? Do you believe nicotine is not addictive? I believe nicotine is not addictive, yes.
Imagine a world in which cigarettes gave people cancer, but only the tobacco companies knew that, and only the tobacco companies had any chance of finding out. In that world, I think it would be extremely important for someone within the companies to come forward and tell the world what they know.
These companies have played a very, very clever game in trying to protect their reputations despite the amount of harm they produce. And that's why now Facebook and Google spend more than Philip Morris and Exxon on lobbying in the US.
These deceptions can have dangerous consequences. In January, Trump supporters stormed the US Capitol building. The leak suggests Facebook failed to take steps to mitigate the spread of misinformation and polarizing content on its platform.
Extremists use many platforms, but Facebook is a recurring theme.
For years, this platform was allowing itself to be used to sow distrust in elections and to build more and more anger in these communities.
Some safeguards put in place for the 2020 election were rolled back in the lead up to the attack.
They had a whole series of circuit breakers, as they would call them, to kind of slow down the craziness that was obviously developing. But late into the afternoon of January 6th, they hadn't even pulled the trigger on more than half of them.
You'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong.
Well, nobody should think that they caused January 6th. But certainly, if it weren't for Facebook, it would have been harder to develop the extraordinary organization and capacity that January 6th revealed.
Weeks after Frances Haugen's revelations, Facebook and its other products, Instagram and WhatsApp, were hit by a major power outage.
It was so bad that the only way Facebook could let the world know what was going on, and this is true, was by posting a message on Twitter.
The outage showed how much the world relies on Facebook, for better and for worse. For over a year, Ethiopia has been locked in a brutal civil war.
In August, 28 bodies, some with hands tied and bullet holes, washed up on the shores of a river on the Sudanese border. Witnesses believe they came from Tigray. The Ethiopian government called the discovery a fake propaganda campaign.
We don't know how many have died because we don't have a real body count so far, but it's one of the bloodiest war we've seen so far.
Facebook knew it was being used to incite ethnic violence in the country, but did little.
We've seen state and non-state actors using the platform to spread misinformation and disinformation to an extent where you'd have content that's, calling for ethnic extermination of certain ethnic groups. We know that different militia groups were organizing using the platform to raise money for arms, getting many other things that would be against many international laws.
A deadly conflict fueled by Facebook, and not for the first time. The company is also accused of playing a role in the brutal crackdown of Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar in 2017.
What the papers demonstrate is that the government in Myanmar used the Facebook platform to exacerbate ethnic division, which led to genocide in Myanmar.
They're not to blame for the existence of folks, who are pursuing a genocidal campaign, but they did deliberately become the engine.
This is a global problem. In Vietnam, Facebook bowed to pressure from the government to censor content. And in India, Facebook's platforms have been inundated with a torrent of anti-Muslim hate speech. Part of the problem is the lack of investment Facebook places outside the US.
90% of Facebook's audience is outside the United States.
But 90% of Facebook's safety budget is inside the United States.
So they are literally incapable of any moderation at all in many, many countries around the world. And what that means is that hate and misinformation are flowing even more rapidly in other countries.
For activists, the reported lack of consideration given to other countries came as little surprise.
And we all have to sort of live with the consequences of a system that makes us completely invisible. And the more we're invisible, the more harm is done. And we've seen this in Myanmar, and we're living it in Ethiopia now.
The cost of them fixing their platforms is actually that they have to hire people. The cost of them doing nothing is zero. And so they've calculated, of course, it's so much cheaper to let the world burn.
In the US, politicians are growing angry.
Mark Zuckerberg ought to be looking at himself in the mirror today. And yet, rather than taking responsibility and showing leadership, Mr. Zuckerberg is going sailing.
But have so far been unable to rein in the once untouchable company.
Mark Zuckerberg has proven that he is not the one to be trusted with dominating the next level, which will now be the metaverse, when he hasn't even addressed any of these issues.
Facebook might be the winner of the next generation too. And that would be a disaster, because the truth is they've administered this generation appallingly badly.
For many, it begs broader questions.
Our current debates about tech platforms like Meta, like Facebook, are debates about what kind of culture, what kind of society we want to live in. In an increasingly globalized world, that's a more and more challenging question to answer.
What? Belinda. Maybe I'm not pretty, maybe I'm just fun. 'Cause I got a belly and I've got a bum. I can't be jelly by the other one, so I'm falling in love with my rubber bum. Okie dokie then. Go over here. Root. Close.